pulling tonight? Can't hear you. You're trying to speak louder than that. Are we ready to do some pulling tonight? All right. Thought maybe everybody had some cabin fever from all winter. I know it's early in the season, but we're ready to go here. We've had some rain here this afternoon, but the tractor has done an excellent job of getting this track together here tonight. It looks to be like one of the best tracks out here that we've had in several years. And we're going to get things started with our first two classes out of the box, and it will be the natural super stocks and the Alder gas trucks on this side. We got three natural supers to lead things off. And it looks like we got a class of 5 gas trucks coming at you here tonight. 7 classes of Darke County tractor pullers will be out here tonight. And then we'll go to our Champaign County classes here after our Darke County classes are over. We're going to take this time to recognize our sponsors for this 2026 Darke County Tractor Pull season. We've got Mike Patterson, Victor Ag Solutions, Rudy's Auto Service, and Vigo Oil, Anthony Lumberton, and Freeway Electric, North Star Hardware, First Bank of Indiana, Anthony Auto Parts, Hines Automotive, Farming Equipment, Ohio Franchise, Precision Ag Services, RT Clark Farm, Brand Money Break, or Dealer for One, Tina Harris, Tina Equipment, Truland Equipment, and also thanks Truland Equipment for the use of the tractor out here on the track. Over on the grandstand track, we're going to get things started with our Alder gas 4-wheel drive truck class. And up first will be John Gilbert out of Decatur, Indiana, the 95 Ford. He'll be your test puller in the class. They'll have this option of taking this pull or turning it down and coming back later on, and then they'll make a decision on our sled setting. Floating finish here tonight on all of our classes. Pull it as far as you can go. One and done here tonight. John Gilbert to start things off. He goes 3:27 and 68. And he is going to take that pole, and the sled setting is official. That's going to be your lead distance. 3:27 and 68 for John Gilbert, your lead mark in the class so far. All right, over here on the Natural Supers, Jim Bider. Pull there for Tim. Good run there for Tim Beiser out of Hamilton, Ohio, with the Case 970 known as All In. equalizer. It's a Case 970 all in, 265 and 06. 265.06. And he is going to take that pole. Your first puller out of the gate in a natural superstock class. The naturally aspirated superstock class, 6,200 pounds with the driver, 20-inch hitch height. Fuels allowed, gas, diesel, alcohol, and LP. So it makes up your natural supers, and we got 3 tractors in that class. Bill Downing will be up next. Over here on the infield side. Over on the grandstand side, Austin Olajek from Cable, Ohio, 1974 Ford F-250. He'll be your second puller out in the gas truck class on the grandstand side. $6,200 pounds with the driver. Cubic inch limit 516. 134-inch wheelbase. No cut tires allowed. 26-inch on the hitch height. It sounds like he's going to be done. He's going to get a distance of 4 foot point 1. 4-1 the distance. Not sure what his troubles are, but I'm going to guess probably relatively new truck here for the class. Okay, word is that he is going to drop and come back. Every puller has 2 attempts before the 100-foot mark, and he's going to exercise that option and come back later on in the class. Bill Downing will be up next on the natural superstock side out of Centerville, Indiana. 1955 Oliver 88. That he called Billy the Kid. And it's a good running tractor. Currently your lead distance held by Jim Pfizer, 857 at 265. As Bill Downing gets himself hooked to the sled, tightens up on the drawbar. Gets the green light on the sled. Green flag's out on the track. Let's see what he can do with this Oliver 88 known as Billy the Kid. They're going to pull him on back to get his second attempt. He stopped for the 100-foot mark. A good run there for the Oliver 88 of Bill Downing. And the distance for Bill Downing, 258 and 08. 258.08. Here we go on the grandstand side with our next gas truck, Rick Kimball. now from Arkansas, Ohio, the 1979 Chevy. And not sure what's going on, but he made an attempt to stop. This is a new truck for Rick this season. Normally competed in our Hot Rod V8 class, but now out here in the gas four-wheel drive truck class here. He's going to get his second attempt right now. Distance for Rick Kimball, the 79 Chevy, 2:22 and 52. 2:22 and 52. But in second place currently in the class. Zach Calland out of the Victory, Ohio will be up next over on the grandstand side. Over here on the infield side, we got Mike Patterson out of Modoc, Indiana, the 1970 Case 970, known as the Green Eagle. See, the track is taking lots and lots of horsepower here tonight. And the distance for Mike Patterson, the Case 970 Screaming Eagle, 267 and 7. 267.7 the distance, and he will take the number one spot here tonight at the Calland Memorial Bowl. Max Patterson goes number one. Tim Beiser will finish second at 265 and 06. And Phil Downing will finish third at 258 and 08. Victory, Ohio, 2010 Chevy 1500. Not have a All right, your final competitor on the grandstand side, hook to the track, hook to the sled now. Scott Sloan out of Waverly, Ohio, with a 1978 GMC. And he's got to beat a distance of 3:27 and 68, held by John Gilbert. Next class over here on the infield track will be the 8,000 open diesel trucks will be up next on the infield side. Down here, you want a Chevy or a Ford battle? Who do you think out here won tonight? Is it Chevy win? Did we save the best for last? All right, we indeed saved the best for last. Scott Sloan goes the distance of 3:29 and 06 to take home the #1 spot here tonight in our Delaware gas truck class. Scott Sloan takes home #1 at 3:29 and 06. John Gilbert will go #2 at 3:27 and 68. Rick Kimmel will go #3 at 2:22 and 52. Austin Olenjek will go #4 at 4 foot. And Zach Holland will finish #5 here tonight in our Delaware gas truck class. We're getting the sled re-weighted here for our 8,000 open diesel truck class over here, and this is a new class for the Darke County Tractor Pullers this year, and it will be a combination of diesel truck and big block gas truck combined. Something new we're going to try for this season, as we've been struggling on numbers in our 2.6 diesel truck class for the last couple of years, so it'll be, I don't know if we have any gas trucks in it tonight, but we've got a class of nine 8,000-pound open diesel trucks here tonight on the infield track. And then over on the grandstand track, we'll have a 2 hogs to farm class. And it looks like we got a class of 3. In that class over there on the grandstand side, as we get our sleds re-weighted here. Well, we'll take time to recognize some sponsors for the 17th annual Mac Calland Pull. Your 2026 pull sponsors: Calland Ag Transport, Dave Kale, and your Miami Valley Chevy truck dealers. RMS Tax Service. Silver sponsors are Joe Reese Welding, JS Transit Incorporated, Levan Body Shop. Bronze sponsors for this year: A&T Auto Parts, Integrity Ford,
Bobby's Powders and Sandblasting, Clayton Tire, CoverLink Insurance, Crable Construction, Farmers Equipment, FIV Realty, Tori Thomas. Also your bronze sponsors include Havens Farms and Custom Baling, Havens Farms Angus, Heritage Self-Storage, JR's Garage, LG Industrial Supply, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Osceola Gutters, Perk Ag Solutions, Perk Farm, Remax Alliance, Patrick Hamilton, R.E. Skilling, Rob's Truck Service, Rosefied Truett, Equipment U, Rosewood Grocery, Salem Machine and Tools, St. Paris Hardware, Tompkins and Ellis Attorney at Law, Turner Trailer Sales, Westfield Grain, Williams Hardware, Wipeout Enterprises, and also thanks to the equipment donations by Rex Weatherford Farms. And also numerous volunteers to make this event happen for 17 years now that this event has happened right here at the Champaign County Fairgrounds. And we thank everyone for their support of this and hope we can keep going for another 17 years. All right, here we go. Our first of the 8,000 open combination of diesel and gas trucks out here tonight. And your first puller out of the gate will be none other than Paul Calland out of Urbana with his 2000 F350 with the Duramax in the Ford here. As you can see on the weight box, this is Match Dream. Paul Calland will be your test puller in this class. And again, have the option of taking the pole or turning it down, and then we'll make the determination on our sled setting. Class of 9 here tonight, and our 8,000-pound combo class, open class, gas and diesels out here tonight. All right, here we go. Paul Calland with the Ford, with the Duramax in it. Match Dream. Let's see what he can do. And a good run there for Paul. Didn't sound too good there at the end, but we'll get his distance here in a moment. The distance for Paul Calland, 3:05 and 22. 3:05.22, the distance for Paul Calland. And he's going to take that pole as he has experienced some breakage in the front end of that truck. As you can see, they're picking up some pieces off the track. So 3:05 and 22 will be the lead distance in the 8,000 open truck class. Over on the grandstand side, Too Hot to Farm, which is a new class for the Darke County Tractor Pullers last season. And your first puller out of the gate will be Cody Cox out of Winchester, Indiana, with International 1066. He'll be your test puller. Class of 3, Too Hot to Farm here tonight. Too Hot to Farm, 10,500 pounds with the driver, diesel fuel only, heat pump limit, 20.8. 20.842, the maximum tire size, 505 cubic inch limit, 3,000 RPM limit. Two reds and one case in this Too Hot to Farm class. Here we go, Cody Cox with the International 1066 coming in from Winchester, Indiana. Let's see what he can do. And a wide through there before really turning up some equipment out here on the track as he was trying to slide that clutch out of the hole and get it going smooth. And the track is just fighting that hard here tonight. It's a tremendous power track out here tonight. He is going to turn it down and come back later in the class. So he gives the thumbs down. He'll come back later on in the class. Up next on the infield track, 8,000 open truck, Austin Norton out of Zanesville, Ohio, 2010 Dodge that he calls It's Only Money. He's got the green light and the green flag. Let's see what he can do. 3:05 and 22, the distance he's got to beat. With that Dodge, let's get his distance in here and see what it comes in at. And your new leader in the class, Austin Norton, takes over the number 1 spot of that Dodge, 3:15 and 98. 3:15.98 the distance for Austin Norton out of Zanesville, Ohio with the It's Only Money Dodge, your new leader in the class. Gavin Knight will be up next out of Xenia. Now welcome Jackson McCormick out of Greenwich. Up over on the grandstand track, Too Hot to Farm, Scott Patterson out of Farmland, Indiana. Case 1030 that he calls the nut case. And this is your defending 2025 Too Hot to Farm Darke County champion. Isley. Out of Xenia, Ohio, the 2000 Dodge 2500. Gavin Nice has got the green light and the green flag. Got to be the distance of 3:15 and 98. Let's see what this Dodge can do. Got a Dodge in the lead currently. Well, I kind of had a flutter there about mid-track. I'd say he might have dropped an injector. It didn't sound quite right. And the distance for Gavin Isley. A disappointing distance of 285 and 26. 285 and 26 for Gavin Isley. Now let's see Ohio with a 2000 Dodge. Jackson McCormack will be up next out of Greenwich, Ohio. 05 Chevy. Then we look for Levi Holman out of Urbana. The next two up over here on our infield track. Over on the grandstand side, we got Landon Patterson out of Hartford City, Indiana. International 966. And he's got the green light, the green flag. Got to be this 308 and 44 to take over their number one spot. Underneath the turbocharger on the big end of the track. Excellent pull for Landon Patterson. The distance for Landon Patterson, 3:19 and 28, takes the number one spot. With that international, 3:19 and 28, your new leader in the 200 bar class. Rob Scott Patterson in the case. At 3:08 and 44 in a second. With one more left to go on the grandstand side. Jackson McCormack out of Greenwich, Ohio, in 05 Chevy. Will be your fourth holder in this class. Austin Norton, your leader at 3:15 and 98. Levi Holman out of Urbana, Ohio. 2000 Dodge 2500. And over on the grandstand side, we'll have Jody Cox coming back in here now, who was the original test puller and turned that pull down and come back. run there for Levi Holman. Let's get that distance to see where that puts him out in the standings. And the distance for Levi Holman, 282 and 86. 282 and 86. The distance for Levi Holman with the 2000 Dodge. All right, coming back in on the grandstand side to Hodge Farm, Cody Cox. Coming in from Winchester, Indiana, the International 1066. We got a Reverend lead the class at 319 and 28. Atlanta Patterson with that International 966. Well, let's see if Cody can get it down there, get it in that right gear and get a nice smooth pull. And again, taking lots of horsepower out here tonight. Gets underneath the turbo starting to raise the big end of the track. And the distance for Cody Cox with a 1066, 304 and 46. 304.46, the distance for Cody Cox. And now to round out our 200 farm class. Cody will finish number 3 here tonight. Scott Patterson will finish number 2 at 308 and 44. Your winner in the 200 farm class tonight will be Landon Patterson with the International 966 at 319 and 28. On the grandstand side, class out next should be the 9,500-pound hot barn. Coming up to the line next, on the infield track, 8,000 open trucks, Corey May, out of Lancaster, Ohio, the 2003 Chevy. All right, over in the infield track, Corey May out of Lancaster with the 03 Chevy. Again, got to be a distance of 315 and 98, currently held by Austin Norton. For Corey May with that 03 Chevy, 291 and 24. 291.24, the distance for Corey May out of Lancaster, Ohio with the 03 Chevy. Scheduled out next was to be Taylor Pert, and he'll be a scratch. No kill switch on that vehicle as well. So up next we'll be looking for Josh Rose out of Thornville, Ohio with the 07 Chevy. Well, as we get things re-weighted on the grandstand side track, And again, that class up next will be the hot farm class, 9,500 pounds. Again, the Darke County tractor pullers that are pulling out here currently right now, you'll check your prize money can be picked up at the entry trailer. Your prize money can be picked up at the entry trailer whenever they are ready, and I will announce that when they are. All right, coming to the track on the infield side, Josh Rose out of Thornville, Ohio, the 07 Chevy. We are down to our final two trucks over here on the infield track. And over on the grandstand side, again, 9,500-pound hot farm class. And it'll be none other than Mike Palmer out of Greenville, Ohio, the International 966, known as the Red Avenger. He'll be the test puller on that grandstand side track. I'm not sure who will let go first. I think we're going to go with the infield track first, so that it looks, by my viewpoint. Josh Rose got the green light and the green flag. Josh Rose coming in from Thornville, Ohio, which is east of Columbus, with the 07 Chevy. Let's see what he can do. Again, your lead distance currently held by Austin Norton at 3:15 and 98. Josh Rose with that Duramax. That was a smooth pass down the left-hand side of the track. And an instant for Josh Rose. We've got a new leader in the class, 3:19 and 36. 3:19.36 takes over number one spot from Austin Norton with the Dodge here tonight. Josh Rose, number one spot with one more truck left to go. 3:19 and 36 the distance for Josh Rose. And over on the grandstand side, our hot farm class, Mike Palmer, coming from Greenville, Ohio, the International 966, known as the Red Avenger Classic. Mike Palmer, longtime puller of the Darke County Tractor Pullers and also with the National Tractor Pullers Association. And this will get a good test on our sled setting here tonight in this hot farm class. They'll have the option of taking the pull or turning it down and coming back later in the class. Mike Palmer and the Red Avenger Classic. What a pass for Mike Palmer. I tell you what, you can come out of the hole like that, you just pick the front end up and you just go for the ride. And the distance for Mike Palmer, 3:57 and 04. That is going to be your new number one spot. 3:57 and 04. He's going to take that pole, and that's going to be the distance everybody else in the class is going to be shooting for. 3:57 and 04 for Mike Palmer in the Red Avenger Classic. Wayne Cook will be up next, followed by Shane Downing and Mitch Rigadance, the next three up. And over here on the infield side, Terry Anderson out of Hebron, Kentucky. Probably one of our longest distance bowlers here tonight. With the Dodge that he calls Mayhem. Your final puller in the 8,000 open truck class, Terry Anderson. The distance he's got to beat that was just laid down by Josh Rose, 3:19 and 36. 3:19 and 36, the distance that Terry Anderson's got to beat out here tonight with that Dodge. Here we go, Terry Anderson with the Dodge that he calls Mayhem. Let's see what he can do. I'm going to say that's probably the new leader in the class. We'll get that distance there in a moment. But an excellent pole right down the left-hand side. That seems to be the spot out here tonight. And we saved the best for last. 3:34 and 48 the distance for Terry Anderson in the Dodge. Takes the number one spot here tonight. Terry Anderson goes number one at 3:34 and 48. Josh Rose will finish number two at 3:19 and 36 with the Chevy. And number three here tonight will be Austin Norton with the Dodge at 3:15 and 98. That's your top three in the class. Finishing number four will be Paul Calland at 3:05 and 22. Your top four in the open truck class. All right, over on the grandstand side, it'll be Wayne Cook out of St. Paris, Ohio with a 1975 International 1066. That he calls Rocky Top Reloaded. And this is one of your guys that's responsible for this event to happen here tonight. Wayne Cook. Good pull for Wayne Cook. Right a little heavy on the front, but still an excellent pass. For Wayne Cook, 3:38 and 3. 3:38.3 the distance for Wayne Cook. That play number two. Right behind Mike Palmer at 3:57 and 04. Shane Downing will be up next out of Asheville, Ohio with Oliver 1755. And over here on the infield track, we're going to have an exhibition pass by a 3.0 diesel truck. right, coming over on the grandstand side, it'll be Shane Downing. Out of Asheville, Ohio, 1973 Oliver, 1755. And again, over here on the infield truck, we're going to have an exhibition pass by a 3 diesel truck. And then we're going to roll right into the 2-wheel drive truck class, which was due to our organization last year. Naturally aspirated 2-wheel drive trucks. We got 5 in that class.
I was going to say,
All right, hot farm track, grandstand side. Shane Downing out of Asheville, Ohio, the 1973 Oliver 1755. I've not had the opportunity to see this tractor pull, but we do appreciate it coming in here to support us here tonight in the 17th Annual Mac Calland Memorial Pull. This is for Shane Downing with a 1755 Oliver, 259 and 6. 259 and 6 for Shane Downing. Coming in from Asheville, Ohio. Mitch Rigadance will be the last competitor in the hot farm class with the John Deere 4520. He calls the demonstrator. Coming up on the grandstand side, Mitch Rigadance out of Salina, Ohio. John Deere 4520 that he calls the demonstrator. And over here on the infield track, your exhibition pass. Going to get hooked onto the sled now. And it'll be Roger Straley coming in from London, Ohio. Typically pulls out on your OSTPA circuits and also your NTPA regional national circuit. And he's coming in here tonight wanting to make a test run on this vehicle before the start of the season. gas trucks, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. Gas trucks, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. Rogers Straley getting hooked onto the sled over here on the infield track. Dodge that he calls Razor's Edge. All right, Roger's got the green light and the green flags will be out here in a moment. As soon as the support ever gets off the track. Roger Straley coming in from London, Ohio with the Razor's Edge Dodge. And a good pass going. Almost sounded like something left loose down the big end. He did go just 322 and 44. 322 and 44. All right, up over on the grandstand side, your final competitor in the 9,500-pound hot farm. That'll be Mitch Rigadance, South Salina, Ohio. John Deere 4520, known as the demonstrator. Been pulling now for several years with this tractor. His dad also has a 5.0 Pro Stock that he pulls on the regional and national circuit. Well, I tell you, it's going to be close. Mitch has given Mike Palmer Mercury's money. He's got to be a distance of 357 and 04. Let's see what it comes in at. Going to come up a little bit short here tonight, but an excellent pass there for Mitch Rigadance. 352 and 22. 352.22 the distance for Mitch Rigadance with the John Deere demonstrator. And that will conclude the hot farm class. Finishing up number 4 here tonight will be Shane Downey with the Oliver at 259 and 6. Number 4 tonight will go to Wayne Cook. Rocky Top Reload International at 338 and 30. Number 2 tonight will be Mitch Rigadance with the John Deere, 352 and 22. Your winner here tonight, Mike Palmer with the Red Avenger Classic, 357 and 04. Takes home number 1 spot in the hot farm class. Natural Supers, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. Natural Supers, your checks are ready. We're down to our final 2 classes in our Darke County portion here tonight. Hot Rod V8 will go to the grandstand track. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for this 2026 17th annual Mac Calland Memorial Bowl. We want to thank Calland Ag Transport, Dave Scale, and your Miami Valley Chevy dealers, RMS Tax Service, Joe Reese Welding, JS Transit, the Van's Body Shop, that's your silver sponsors. Bronze sponsors are A&T Auto Parts, Integrity Ford, Bobby's Powders and Sandblasting, Clayton Tire, CoverLink Insurance, Crable Construction, Farmers Equipment, FIB Realty, Corey Thomas, Havens Farms and Custom Baling, Havens Farms Angus, Heritage Self Storage, JR's Garage, LG Industrial Supply, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Oceanola Gutters, Perk Egg Solutions, Perk Farms, Remax Alliance, Patrick Hamilton, R.E. Skilling, Rob's Truck Service, Growth by Truett, Equip You, Rosewood Grocery, Sale of Machine and Tools, St. Paris Hardware, Tompkins and Ellis Attorneys at Law, Turner Trailer Sales, Westville Grain, Williams Hardware, Wipeout Enterprises, and also thanks for the equipment donation by Rex Weatherford Farm, and other numerous volunteers as well to make this event happen. All right, over here on the infield track, your two-wheel drive truck class will be Jeremy Nicewander out of Urbana, Ohio, a 96 Chevy. Jeremy Nicewander out of Urbana, 96 Chevy. They'll be your first puller in the class over here. Again, I have the option of taking the pull or turning it down and coming back later. 5 vehicles making the call here in the Naturally Aspirated two-wheel drive truck. Jeremy Nicewander, he needs a cutting torch. If anybody has a torch here on the ground, the hole in his drawbar is not big enough to accept the hook. And if anybody's got a cutting torch to help Jeremy out, will be muchly appreciated. All right, over on the grandstand side, Hot Rod DA, Sean Harris will be up first. We're ready for you. Sean Harris will be your test puller with the yellow stud, Minneapolis Bowling. Ted Wellbaum and Randy Harris, your first 3 in the 6,000-pound hot rod class. Hot rod V8s are 6,000 pound lift to driver, 18,438 the maximum tire size, tractor must be 1972 and older. Gasoline only for fuel, drawbar height 20 inches, 416 cubic inch limit, and 8,050 RPM limit. right, we're going to go with the two-wheel drive truck class. First, over here on the infield side, Tim Bowen, Liberty Center, Ohio, with the Chevrolet that he calls Backdraft. All right, so this will be your new test puller. Tim Bowen out of Liberty Center with the Backdraft Chevy. And to get distance here for Tim Bowen. Tim Bowen, 265 and 54. 265 and 54 to distance for Tim Bowen out of Liberty Center. And he is going to take that pull. Up over on the grandstand side will be the first one to be on rock. Too hot to farm, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. Too hot to farm, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. And it looks like Tim Bowen got a little assistance getting off the track as he is broke. Sean Harris over on the grandstand side. Stop before the 100 foot, they'll take him back as soon as we get Tim Bowen off the track. that's going to be it for Sean Harris on the grandstand side. 3.36 the distance, 3 foot and 36 the distance for Sean Harris on the grandstand side. Sounds like he's having some engine trouble out here tonight. Wayne Van Brimmer will be up next on the two-wheel drive side out of Richwood, Ohio, the Buckeye bow tie. Number 2 competitor in our two-wheel drive, naturally aspirated truck class, Wayne Van Brimmer out of Richwood. Got the green light and the green flag. Let's see what he can do. Distance for Wayne Van Brimmer of the Buckeye bow tie, 274 and 2, but he'll be scoring disqualification as he did touch the white line at the end of his pull there. 274 and 2, but it'll be a DQ. Up over on the grandstand side, it will be Ted Wellbaum out of Laura, Ohio, with the Hot Rod Harvester International 656. We're down to our final 2 classes of Darke County. Guys that are going to pull here in a little bit. The grandstand side after the Hot Rod V8 will be the 10 mile an hour altered farm stocks will be on the grandstand side. And after the two-wheel drives, over here on the infield track will be the 6,500 pound stock gas truck. Distance for Ted Wellbaum with the Hot Rod Harvester, 310 and 6. International 656. That will be your new number 1 spot. Or, your new number 1 leader spot. And over here on the two-wheel drive side will be Justin Olenjek out of Springville, Ohio, with the Ford F-100. Brian Cox will be the last competitor. Or excuse me, we got 2 more heads to go. Jeremy Nicewater, he is getting his draw bar fixed currently right now, and he'll hope to make a pass here in a little bit. Justin Olajek, out of Springfield, with the Ford F100. 265 and 54 is the lead distance. Make the attempt to stop before the 100-foot mark and see if he's gonna. They are gonna take him on back. It's his second chance. Coming up on the grandstand side, the Randy Harris out of Brookville, Ohio, with a Matthew Harris 40. That's not a Matthew Harris, but it is a Thermal M. We do have breakages on the starting line with Justin Olajek. You've seen the pieces come out the bottom. He does need a tow tractor, need a tow vehicle down to the starting line, please, if anybody's available. Tow vehicle down to the starting line. And that'll be it for Justin Olajek here tonight. 0.22 the distance. 0.22. Need something to tow with down to the starting line, please. Need a tow vehicle of some sort to the starting line. Randy Harris out of Brookville, Ohio, with the Farmall M. Getting hooked onto the sled now. For Randy Harris with the farmland and Sugar 230. got to do a little extra cleanup down there on the starting line from the last vehicle out there that had the breakage. Up next, on the grandstand side, Gary Gabriel, Ford 7000 out of Asheville. You'll be up next on the grandstand side. Hot Rod V8s, come on up. We've got a two-wheel drive truck coming to the sled now. Brian Cox out of Richwood, Ohio, 1974. 2 left to go in this class. Tim Bowen, still your leader in the two-wheel drive truck class, 265 and 54. That's the distance that Brian Cox will be shooting for with this 1970 Ford. Up over on the grandstand side, looks like we got Rick Kimball coming to the line now with the AC 180 out of Arcana, Ohio. Like a fucking Bronco out there tonight. Standing distance from Brian Cox out of Richmond, Ohio. With that 1974, 255 and 64. 255 and 64 the distance for Brian Cox. Up over on the grandstand side, G8 Hot Rod. Rick Kimball out of Arcana, Ohio, the AC 180. time to thank our sleds out here tonight, providing all the action for you fans here. The On the Mark sled rental over here on the infield track, coming in from Greenville, Ohio, and Mark Bingham at the controls. And over on the grandstand side, we've got the track boss. Josh Morgan out of Chillicothe. Both excellent sleds and cover a lot of poles here in the state of Ohio and around the country as well. Scott Patterson, will you please report to the entry trailer? Scott Patterson, please report to the entry trailer, please. If you're still here on the ground, Scott Patterson. And our final two-wheel drive truck over here on the grandstand side, or the infield side, excuse me, Jeremy Nicewander, out of Urbana, Ohio, 1996 Chevy. And when this class concludes, over here on the infield side will be the 6,500-pound stock gas trucks will be up next. Over here on the infield track, 6,500-pound stock gas trucks. We're getting ready to conclude our Darke County segment here. 10-mile-an-hour altered farm stock will be up after the V8 hot rods on the grandstand side. So you guys should be lined up by now. Jeremy Nicewander on the track now with a two-wheel drive. Had a problem with the drawbar when he came out earlier. He's got everything resolved, and we'll see if he can make a pass for us here tonight. 265 and 54 is your lead distance. He only had 2 attempts left, and that's going to be it for him tonight. 4 foot and 4.4 the distance. Tim Bone will be your winner in the two-wheel drive truck class, 265 and 54. Brian Cox will finish number 2 at 255 and 64. Your top 2 in the two-wheel drive class. Up to the line next, on the grandstand side should be Logan Cooper. Logan Cooper coming in from Cyrusville, Ohio with the 1957 Minneapolis Golden 5-star. Down to our final 4 tractors in our V hot rod class. Everybody's having a tough time. The track is really, really good here tonight, and it's going to take a lot of power. And the distance for Logan Cooper, the Minneapolis Golden 5-star, 279 and 32. 279.32 the distance for Logan Cooper. then we'll move into the Champaign County classes here tonight. Again, 6,500-pound stock gas trucks will be on the infield side, and then 10-mile-an-hour owner farm stocks will be up on the grandstand side. Trackside is that Gary Gabriel should be up next with the Ford 7000, 1968 model out of Asheville, Ohio. Gary Gabriel coming in from Asheville, Ohio, 1968 Ford 7000. A good-looking tractor. Got to be a difference of 310 and 60. 310 and 60. Currently held by Ted Wellbach with the Hot Rod Harvest out of Laurel, Ohio as your leader. We're down to the final three tractors. Gary Gabriel, Bob Zankert, and Ben Holthouse will be the last three in this class. And the distance for Gary Gabriel, Ford 7000, 236 and 26. 236 and 26 the distance for the Ford 7000 by Gary Gabriel. Up next is Darke County sponsors for this season, Mike Patterson, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Moody's Auto Service, Subtico Oil, Ansonia Lumber Company, Freeway Electric, North Star Hardware, Merchants Bank of Indiana, Ansonia Auto Parts, Nice Automotive, Roland Truck and Equipment, Ohio Crankshaft, Precision Agri Services, R&K Clark Farms, Brandon Money Break, Cortiva Provence, Tina Harris, Kenny Equipment, Trueland Equipment, and also thank Trueland for the use of the tractor on the scraper for this season. All right, coming to line next, it'll be Bob Sankert out of Okeana, Ohio, the John Deere 730 known as the Bandit. And this is a good running tractor. Your 2025 defending Darke County Tractor Pull Points champion. In the B Hot Rod class, 6,000 pounds, including the driver. For Bob Sankert of the John Deere known as the Bandit, 305 and 14. 305.14 the distance for Bob Sankert. And that'll put him in the number 2 spot right behind Tiz Wellbaum, the Hot Rod Harvester at 310 and 6. One more driver left to go, and it'll be Ben Holhouse out of Lewisburg, Ohio, with a slow burn relift. All right, coming to line next, your final competitor in the VA Hot Rod class, Ben Holthouse out of Lewisburg, Ohio, with the International that he calls Slow Burn Relift. All right, Ben's got the green light and the green flag. Let's see what he can do. 310 and 6 is the distance that he has to beat out here tonight. And he's got to take home number 1. Oh, he had a good pass going. Got down on the horsepower in the big end of the track. matter because we just saved the best for last in our J Hot Rock class. Ben Holthouse. going to get ready to go here with our Champaign County classes. 9,000 pound, 10 mile altered farm stocks. Kevin Meyer will be up first on the grandstand side. Infield side, Chandler Little with the 6,500 pound stock gas trucks will be the first puller. Let's get them up. We're ready to go. Whoever gets up to the sled first. Kevin Meyer will be the first one up on the 10 mile an hour altered farm stocks class. John Deere 4000, 6,500 pound stock gas trucks on the infield side. Chandler Little and 83 Chevy. Looks like we got a class of 11 gas trucks. And we got 7 altered farm stocks. First, over on the grandstand side, will be Kevin Meyer, the John Deere 4000 will be the test puller in the altered farm stock class. 10 mile an hour is the speed. I think the rules in that class, they can blow the horn up to the 150-foot mark where our starting line flagman is currently standing. He's got the green light, the green flag. Kevin Meyer, John Deere 4000. Well, I'd say we might be on a reset. He could have just kept on dragging that thing clear past the horse track. Did you see the finish line flagman? He just gave up. He said, "To heck with it." The distance for Kevin Meyer was 388.3, but we're going to reset the sled on the grandstand side. So Kevin will drop 6 and come back. We're going to restart things on the grandstand side. All right, first puller on the infield track, Chandler Little, 1983 Chevy on the gas truck. And the distance for Chandler Little, 2:14 and 16, 2:14 and 16. And I think he might bring something to the drivetrain right at the end. Yep, there's the culprit, the drive shaft. All right, up on the grandstand side, it'll be Lee Nicewater, International 966. He calls the Little Rooster. Lee Nicewater, International 966. And he'll be your newscast puller in the class on the reset sled. He'll have the option of taking the forward, turning it down. 10 mile an hour, the speed limit on the Alders Farm Stock class. It'll be Zach Holland with the 2010 Chevy. And Zach Holland here on the infield track, 66 and 52. 66 feet and 52, the distance for Zach Holland. And over on the grandstand side, Lee Nicewater will be turning that pole down at 281 and 5, which he did was over on speed, but he is going to turn that pole down and come back. So up next will be Brian Dixon out of Brian Dixon with a case 1030, and this tractor is for sale. It'll pick you up here tonight if you want a good running case. Brian Dixon. Up on the infield track will be Austin Olenzek, the 74 Ford F-250. Distance for Brian Dixon is 276 and 22, but it'll be a DQ over on speed. DQ for Brian Dixon over on speed. Henry Meyer will be up next, John Deere 4020. And up over here on the infield track, it will be Austin Olenjek. 1974 Ford F-250. Chase D, Wyatt First will be the next three up. And the distance for Austin Olenjek, 257 and 18, 257.18 the distance. And that's the new number one man in the class. Chase Dean will be up next. And up over on our grandstand track, Henry Meyer, John Deere 4020 in the Alder Farm Stock class. John Deere 4020 got the green light and green flag. Well, I tell you what, he was pushing it there to the 150-foot mark from the horn. I'm not sure what the call is going to be made. Distance for Henry Meyer, John Deere 4020, 278 and 56. that'll be it for Chase Dean with that 76 Chevy. And it is for Chase Dean, 2:18 and 70. 2:18 and 70, the distance for Chase Dean. Wyatt First will be up next on the infield track. Grandstand side, we're looking for David Fussnacker with a case 1030. Fussnacker hooked onto the sled now on the grandstand side with a case 1030. Henry Meyer is your lead distance at 278 and 56. As we've got two tractors that'll be coming back in at the bottom, your first two pullers. And the distance for David Fussnacker, the case 1030, 271 and 94. 271 and 94. Drew Hurst, you'll be up next on the grandstand side, and over here on the infield track will be Wyatt First with the 75 Chevy. And it is for Wyatt First with a 75 Chevy, 102 and 02. 102 feet, .02 the distance for Wyatt First. Dave Little will be up next with 2000 Chevy, K2500. And up on the grandstand side, it'll be Drew Hurst with the International 1206. Drew Hurst occasionally comes over and pulls with us from Darke County, and we run this class occasionally at a few of our events. Along with Brian Dixon, he come over and pull with us sometime. But Drew Hurst with the 1206. Let's see what he can do. I've watched this young man grow up here, and he's gotten better at driving this tractor over the years. VA Hot Rides and Hot Farm, if you're still here, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. Hot Farms and VA Hot Rods, your checks are ready at the entry trailer. And an instant for Drew Hurst with the 1206 International, 272 and 8. 272.8 the distance for Drew Hurst. Up next on the infield side, it will be Dave Little with the Chevy K2500 2000 model. Dave Little on the infield side went 54 feet 62, 54 and 62 the distance for Dave Little. Mike McCormack, you'll be up next. Barry Meyer up on the grandstand side, John Deere 4430. Kevin Meyer back with the John Deere 4000, who was the original test puller in the class. All right, Kevin Meyer with the John Deere 4000, 277 and 4. 277 and 4. Up on the infield side, Mark McCormack, 1987 Chevy. the distance for Mark McCormack, 1987 Chevy, 249 and 9. 249 and 9. Looks like up on the grandstand side now we've got Barry Myers, John Deere 4430. And look for Leon Neiswanger. Will be the last two in our altered farm stock class. Barry Myers getting hooked up to the sled now, John Deere 4430. It will be a DQ. He was over on speed past the flag. Past the 150-foot mark. One more left to go. Lee Neiswanger, International 966, spins a little rooster. Attention in the pit area or parking lot area. We've got a vehicle that is blocking somebody in. It is a, what'd you say? West Liberty Salem student vehicle, GMC Terrain, license number KMP3508. Again, a West Liberty Salem student vehicle, GMC Terrain, license number KMP3508. It needs to be moved, please. Infield track, Brian Stevens, 1978 GMC will be the next puller up in the gas truck class. And up on the grandstand side should be Lee Neiswanger, will be the last puller in the Aldridge Farms. Brian Stevens goes the distance 2:11 and 9. 2:11.9 the distance for Brian Stevens. Matt Cecil, you'll be up next on the infield track. Grandstand side, Lee Neiflonger, International 966. Will be the final competitor in the Alder Farm Stock class. Lee Neiflonger, 2:55 and 36. 2:55 and 36 the distance for the International Lee Neiflonger. That will conclude the Alder Farm Stock class. Up next on the grandstand side will be the Olive Field Farm tractors. Matt Cecil getting hooked on the sled now, 1967 Chevy. 3 left to go in this class. Cecil here on the infield track, 16.34, 16.34. Tanner Foley will be up next on the infield track. And up on the grandstand side, we've got the 15,500 pound out-of-field farm tractor. Walter Hill will be up first. International 1566. Dakota Bailey with a John Deere 4430, and Sam Kosher will be up with the John Deere 4620. And the distance on the grandstand side, Walter Hill, International 1566, 267 and 86. 267 and 86. Tanner Foley up on the infield track. All right, he stopped for the 100 foot. They're going to pull him on back. John Hatfield will be up next. And the final competitor in the gas truck class will be John Hatfield of 72 Chevy. Up over on the grandstand side will be Dakota Bailey, John Deere 4430. any Darke County traffic laws left on the ground, check already at the entry trailer. Check already. Anybody from the Darke County segment, your check already at the entry trailer. On the grandstand side, that's Sam Butcher. Put on your 4620.
sled. Ross Ashram, 2003 Chevy, you're up next. Jane Drinker, AJ Dukes, and Harold Walker. You're the next four up in the class. Ross Ingram, you're up now. All your farm stock tractor, your checks are ready up here at the announcer's tower. Henry Meyer, Kevin Meyer, Judy Hurst, and Leon Lightmonger. Your checks are ready at the announcer's tower. All right, coming up next is Rob Ingram. Over 37.
Nate Drinker. Move forward, Dodge.
Harold Blosser will be up next, followed by Clay Sigmund, Corey May. The next three up. Yes, six guys on his own record. Yes, made his first attempt for the 100-foot mark. After that, his second attempt. It comes to life and it quickly underneath the turbocharger. And it is set for Harold Blosser of the Dodge, 14.9, 14.9 the distance. Up to the side next, Mississippi Clay Hastings. And Corey May and Liam Preston in the next three up. All right, Cody Crawford was the first bull in the Roman run class on the grandstand style at 2:24 and 8. He's going to turn it down and come back. Logan Willis will be out next. Followed by Ryan Stevens. On the infield track, Corey Bagg. Give it to Regina. On the grandstand track at the Runway Club class, Logan Willett with the International School Bus. Called the High-Graded Hillbilly.
Chase Dean, Justin Snow, and Ryan Fulmer. The last four are there on that side. Up over here on the infield side, we Nathan Hatfield, the 01 Dodge. We'll be up next. They'll be followed by Steve Leonard and Austin North will be the next three up. 05 Dodge. And on the infield side is Lamar Eady of the 04 Chevy.
94.48. We have a 9, we'll be up next. We are down to the final 6 trucks. The original test holder in this work stock vehicle truck class will scratch as he is broke. Ryan Fuller will be a scratch. So we're down to 6 trucks left to go. Your leader in the work stock diesel truck class, which needs to be Steve Leonard at 3:18 and 36. Number 2 currently is Austin Norton at 3:09 and 02. And number 3 currently looks like Dane Ringer, the 04 Dodge, your top 3 currently in the class.
Up in line next is Joe Green with the 97 Dodge. Small Town Smoke Show, the name of the truck. competitor of this 17th annual Matt Calland Memorial Bowl here at our Champaign County Fairgrounds. We want to thank everybody for coming out this evening. We sure do appreciate your attendance. And I definitely enjoyed myself my first time here for this event, and hope to be back for many years to come. We appreciate all the sponsors and everybody for helping us out with this event to make it such a success that has for 17 years. Chevy, 260.3. So give us a few minutes, we'll have the checks ready up there to now for this class.